Hello everyone, and once again a warm welcome back to the Dr. Bomber channel. Now, I don't know why I picked up this knife while saying that, sorry, but it was just something that happened. So I'm pretty excited right now because, well, we're in the midst of exploring several generations of HP Mini PCs, and that's exciting in itself, of course. However, and note that I said several generations, even though the title probably says something like 3 generations. However, yeah, I might have more generations than 3. Everything for your sake, my dearest viewers and friends of the channel, because well, I enjoy it myself as well, and I'm very hyped about the performance characteristics of the different generations of HP Mini PCs, and I hope you are as well. But as you might see right now, it is not an HP Mini PC I have in front of me. No, what I do have in front of me seems to be something else, apart from this knife. There is a sort of charger adapter looking kind of thing. There is a sealed 0.5 terabyte, 200 megabytes per second Kingston SDXC card. And I must remind you that right now this is April of 2026, I think. And well, in case you see this at a later time, I might just remind you that we are in the midst of a memory crisis due to AI allocation of all consumer memory, basically going to the AI data centers, who want nothing more than to buy all available DRAM and NAND on the market. And this is of course NAND memory, so this is not DRAM, but it's also been affected by some price hikes. However, I found a good deal on this. Have a terabyte for about $130 or something like that. And it's I chose the higher speed one because this camera that I got here, it says 4K on it. Currently I won't be shooting in 4K, I think, due to the data size of everything, and but I might try. But right now I'm using Clipchamp to edit the video, and to export in 4K you have to be a paying customer, which I am not. And right now, with the purchase of this, I probably won't be, if you know what I mean. So it's a, sort of a catch-22. I got the 4K camera and a fast memory card, but yeah, I can't really, because of this it will be a bit much to also start like well, start a subscription for Clipchamp or the Microsoft 365 sort of combo deal, if you know what I mean. Anyway, we'll start off by 1080p. I think it's plenty for our current needs. However, 4K, I bought this for a reason, and that's because I want to be able to shoot in 4K when the time comes. So I got this one is brand new, but the camera is not brand new. I got it from an sort of industrial auction site locally here, and it was owned by a company, Hyrljudet, which I think went bankrupt or something. And this site, the auction site, they sell off things for such companies that need to get rid of things for different reasons. And this is the camera is FDR AX43, a Sony one. And I got this for $260 or so, equivalent US, plus some shipping of maybe $9. It was a pretty good deal, but this camera has been used, so it's not new, and there is no lens cover, unfortunately, but maybe I can 3D print one. Just something to put on here. And then also, of course, the battery is interesting. I think this isn't an original battery. It replaces the NP-FV70. And it also has a crack, which they did say in the listing. So I think I might see some cylindrical cells in there. Yeah, and I don't know the sort of health of this battery pack, but it needs a charge, at least. And well, so the shell is cracked, but the battery should be fine, they said. But I got it, yeah, like $260 US equivalent or so. And oh, and I also got a thing like this, so I can get power to where I'm working, and with a watt meter. And it was interesting because this thing, the power outlet here, it also has 2 USB slots, which is very good for when I need to charge my stuff at the same time that I'm filming, like the extra light and stuff like that, phone, if I'm shooting with my phone. And yeah, I'm plugging in the PC and charging the camera and stuff. So with the USBs, there are plenty enough just to keep the recording devices and such going. So it will be useful, and I can clearly see the watt meter readings as well. Now let's turn our attention back here. So I think that well, let's charge this up. There is a little bit of charge left in the battery of the camera, but it says it has about 4 minutes of operational time left in the charge state of the battery. So why don't we see if this works? And DC in, it says here, if it wants to focus, you're right. And it has a proprietary sort of cable thing going on there. And then I will connect it to my watt meter, and I will tell you how fast it charges. If it charges at all. So it jumped up to 21 watts, and right now it jumped back to 14.4 watts. So that's interesting. Oh, I will need the knife actually. Yeah, let's see here, 14.5 watts. Great. That's a decent charge rate, at least. And we have an indicator light, an amber one. And yeah, I think it turns on if you open the display. Right, so we're filming. Well, not recording, but and I have no idea I have just started it, checked some menus, and basically that's it. And I haven't yet inserted the memory card here. There's a playback button, on-off button, but it's Dolby 5.1. So there is a microphone over here, and it's a 5.1 surround microphone. I'm not sure it's absolutely necessary for our needs, but I think that's nice. And ooh, we have a little hatch here where we can add some light. So that would be nice to have on the camera. So I don't have to have an extra light that I have today, a USB powered one maybe. So I have to look for what kind of thing I can install here for light maybe. And yes, other hatches. So we have a, is it micro USB? It says multi on it, and then it's plug-in power. Ah, we have an external microphone here as well, but it's a 3.5 millimeter one, perhaps. Microphone. My current microphone that I'm using with my phone, the Boya microphone, it's a USB-C one. So that's interesting. I'll have to check. Then we have another secret hatch over here. It has some headphones on it, and there's a 3.5 headphone jack. And we have 30 times optical zoom, which will be nice in some occasions to be able to zoom nicely without digital zoom sort of ruining the experience. Oh, yeah, there's a little hatch here for the memory card slot as well. And yeah, so there we have it, my new toy. Oh, we have this record button, start stop over here, some zoom, and we can take photos as well with this button, I think. So that's all very interesting. Now if I turn this off, let's open the memory card. So with the memory card, I spent let's say $260 plus some shipping, so $270 US equivalent dollars maybe on this camera with a battery and charger, and then I spent like $130 on this, so let's $400 US or so dollars for the memory card and the camera itself. And I had no idea what the recording quality is. I haven't recorded anything yet. So that will be interesting. And the microphone and everything is unknown for me. The quality and stuff. So, is it this way around? It seems like it. And we can close this up. Oh, I have a little hatch here. HDMI out. And then there's sort of a pseudo hatch prepared here for something that isn't here. Okay. So I will attempt to record the next video, or this video will continue, I think, using this camera if possible, and we shall see how it fares. Alright, so there we have it. Now it will only be a moment for you while we switch cameras, and we shall see what that looks and sounds like. One moment, please. And so here we are. Yeah, new camera and all. So in a very, very short time, it's my birthday. And I think there's, well, about 14 hours or something until my birthday. So yeah, the camera was my little birthday present from myself to myself. And I also have a birthday present, well, to you, and that is this. So we are in the part 3 now. So why do I have a closed box here? I said I had 3 generations of mini PCs, and as you might have guessed, this is a mini PC. Well, the thing is that we have checked the 6500T CPU based system, 7200U based system, and the next system I had was not sort of in line with the next generation of Intel CPUs. So it wasn't the 8000 series something, like the 8500T or U or something. The next mini PC I already had was of another generation, a higher one. But I didn't like that. I wanted to have consecutive generations if possible. So for my birthday to you, I give you this gift of our... Well, I don't know if it works. It's unopened. So let's open it together, shall we? And have a look what's inside. Now this actually came from Denmark. It looks pretty neatly packaged. We have the power cord. The brick. And this is an 85 watt one. The previous ones have been 65 watt specified bricks. So that's interesting. Is this CPU more power hungry? And, well, it seems that we have a little bit of an issue here with the plastic part. Not being glued or seated properly. There is a little bit of a dent here. But oh, and there's someone's hair. But someone did sort of what I did with my PCs and mounted feet. And well, these are glued feet, but I suppose they work. And yeah, what do we have? It's interesting. It says HP EliteDesk 800G for 35 watts desktop mini PC. 35 watt. So I wonder why the brick is 85 watt. It's an HP brick, but maybe it's from a laptop or something else. All right. Okay, so I'm a bit disappointed about this plastic part here, but that's not the end of the world. As long as the PC works, we have one USB-C, two USB-A, super speed, and we have sort of a lightning bolt symbol there, so maybe it's a charging port. And we have actually two headphone jacks, one for only headphones and one with microphones as well, so that's nice. I can see that the back screw is missing, the one that holds the front part so it doesn't slide off, so that's also a little bit bad. We have two display ports, 4 USB-A type ports, and sort of an extra HDMI port here. That's interesting to see how it looks inside. Is it sort of a ribbon cable or something as an extra accessory? And there's a little bit of a thing here, flap. And then we have, suppose, the Kensington lock port, RJ45 Ethernet, and power. Now let's slide this open, since it's so easily slidable without the screw, and have a look inside of this. They all look pretty much the same, I think, as we have seen, but we don't have a 2.5 inch bay that we had on the 6500T system. Now, what is this model then? What kind of CPU is this? Well, if you guessed 8500T, I would say you have guessed right, as long as I haven't been scammed. We can yeah, the HDMI here, actually. There is a little daughter board which is screwed in here. So that's interesting. I suppose there is a port on the motherboard for docking these extra things. So HDMI port is nice. There is a second sort of port here, and there are some empty ports there, and over here we have some port. It looks a bit... It's interesting, it says DGPU there. Let's see if we can make it visible. Discrete GPU, perhaps. I don't know. But yeah. So we have some. We have an. Well, it looks like a second M.2 port here with the standoffs, so we can mount a second hard drive in here, or M.2 SSD. We have Wi-Fi chip, model 9580NGW, it says, I think. And a Micron drive, Gen 4x4. So it says 512 gigabytes actually, so that's a half a terabyte drive, if that's correct. Now, so let's see what I actually bought and how much I paid for this. Now, most of this information here is in Swedish, but this was the listing on a local auction site. This is the, let's see if it's visible here, Core i5-8500T CPU with 32 gigabytes of RAM. Now 32 gigabytes we haven't had yet in any systems we've tested. And yeah, half terabyte SSD. So the cost for it was 2,321 Swedish kronor, which you have to add buyer protection on it, so it will be 2,439, including buyer protection. And then you have to, I had to pay 117 Swedish kronor for the shipping. So we're sort of at about 2,550 Swedish kronor, which would be about 260 dollars maybe. Let's call it $260, including shipping and buyer protection. So, but the item price itself, 2,300, would be about $240. And the 8500T is also not the newest CPU available, of course, but what I liked about this system is the 32 gigabytes of RAM, and considering we are in the year of 2026, currently it's the very beginning of May, 32 gigabytes of RAM is not bad, because RAM is very expensive, although this is SODIMM, but still. And you can do a lot with 32 gigabytes of RAM. And also you get a half a terabyte SSD. Now I don't know how the SSD, well, its health status, let's say, but the fan, well, it spins at least. And let's try to lift this off. And what do we have? We have two different sticks of RAM, it seems. Perhaps we can zoom in a little bit. With our optical zoom that is now available to us. Now, well, first of all, once we flip this, we can see that the fan has disintegrated the little pad here beneath. That's not very nice, but let's see. Ooh, is this model number FCN4CF83FAT P003B. Perhaps that one I can replace with this one that didn't work for the 7200U system, if you remember or have seen that video. So FCN4CF83FAT P003B. It seems to be, well, that we'll have to test. In that case, I don't have to get rid of this, because it didn't work for the 7200U system previously. But maybe it will work for this system. This fan maybe has seen better days, so we can try to turn it on with this fan just to see if the system works out of box, and then we can try to install the new fan in it and see if it likes it better than the 7200U system. Now this will be interesting. Anyway, we have 2 sticks of RAM here. One is a Samsung one, 16 gigabytes, and another 16 gigabyte. Although, what brand is that? We will have to, what did it say? Innovation IT. 3200 CL22, 1.2 volts on the inner RAM stick, and this one is 2666, it seems, but I suppose the CPU only supports perhaps 2666 RAM. So yeah, we have some parts of the fan here. There is a little bit of dust ingress here. Perhaps I should use my compressed air bottle to fix that. So yeah, give me a second and I will clean this off a little bit on the CPU. This is the CPU fin stack, I wanted to say. Alright, now I will do that and I will be right back. It has been cleaned and well, some of it came off, but I am getting a bit of a black residue on my finger here. I think it's maybe the pad from beneath the CPU cooler that is disintegrating and leaving some skid marks, let's say. Now let's try to mount this back like that and connect some power and see if we get it working. So but yeah, an 85 watt brick, I wonder why, but that's okay. Yeah, as long as it works, I'm happy. And so power goes in there. It looks a bit thick here for this system, so I think it's from maybe an HP laptop or something. We'll connect this to my power meter. Right. Some debris here. I will need my keyboard receiver. Ooh, it is already turned on. The fan is already spinning. But we haven't yet connected the display. Oh, we have something. And it's in Danish, I think, which I don't particularly understand, but I can sort of guess a little bit. Okay, so now I can set this up. Right. Allow me to just go through this and, well, we can choose English. Oh, this is not too fun to watch, so I will be right back. And of course, voila, we have updates in progress. Who could have imagined? So I will let it finish this off camera, but what I wanted to say is just that starting with the 8500T, the 8000 generation sort of Intel CPUs, we do have native support for Windows 11, which I think is a good thing to just recognize, because then you don't have to sort of sideload it in unofficial ways. You can just push it right in and yeah, and wait basically for a long time. But yeah, there we have it. Let's allow it to finish this and we will be right back. And so we are in Windows after the updates and all. Now the fan in the system is pretty quiet, but I can hear a sort of a weak scratchy sound, but not like the 7200U system that we had, if you saw that video. So I think why don't we turn this off and try to replace the fan and see if it boots, unlike the 7200U system that didn't like the replacement fan. Right. Perhaps we can look like this. Let's pick the new fan out. So yeah, it will be very interesting to see if this one that I got sort of, I think the wrong, was it the part number? If this one will work better in this system instead. So we have the little connector, just like that, and we have the blue wire to the right, so we just remove this and reconnect. Just like that. And let's see here, are the fins? Yeah, they are pretty much the same rotation or direction. So Yeah, let's see what happens, if it likes it or not. I'm very interested in seeing what happens. And then now I need to press this little on button. Oh, it did turn on its own. The fan spins. Let's see if we get some output. On the display. So the fan stopped for a second, but now it's spun up again. The 7200U system, it just turned itself off. It didn't spin up again, so no, but it turns off once again, stops spinning, and turns on. Maybe the issue wasn't in the fan itself. Oh, hang on. System time is invalid. Loss in battery power. Set the correct time and date using your operating system. Real-time clock power loss. Factory default settings loaded. Okay. Perhaps the CMOS battery is low in voltage and needs to be replaced. However, it did boot up. Yeah, look at that. Let me have a listen to this fan. Yeah, it's quiet. So, great. It sort of came to use. That's always nice. Otherwise, I thought I had a wrong model for the 7200U system. And I did receive a replacement fan. I bought another one with the correct part number, and it works, so it's great. It's quiet now in operation, but of course I can save this fan for sort of emergency uses. I can always replace the foam pad here that's sticky and horrible. This fan wasn't too bad otherwise, but why not have a new fan when we can? Great. Alright, but it complained about the battery, so why don't we replace the battery and see if it's actually low in voltage. Let's do that next. Alright, now let's replace the lithium cell for the CMOS battery. Now let's see. I need something. Yeah, just like that. And let's check. I have a cheap Chinese voltmeter here. Positive side over here, so nothing. Really? Nothing at all. So does this voltage meter work even? Well, I have a pack of Energizer actually. Expensive ones. But cheap like I am, I probably got them cheaply. And the bulletproof packaging, yes, is no match for cheapness. Oh yeah, 3.3 volts. Nothing volts. All right, so I think yes. Just as a general thing, then, you should be aware that buying second-hand, of course, things like computer hardware. Now, there was nothing inherently wrong with this PC, other than, of course, well, this little thing. The listing page said that yes, there is minor signs of use, but yeah, this is questionable maybe, but okay, it doesn't matter too much to me. That's fine with me. I will not sort of start a dispute or issue over that. But a BIOS battery being empty means that perhaps before sending this device, the seller didn't really test it, that it actually is in a full working condition. Because, well, the BIOS or the posts at the startup did actually warn for low battery. So let's insert this one instead. And I suppose it goes in like that. And that should be pretty much it. Now let's align it straight as well. So yeah, we'll have to factor in the cost of a CR2032, sorry. Well, it's not too much of a cost, but if you're sort of bidding and trying to get as low price as possible, you have several different listings, and yeah, I mean, an Energizer cell, if you want it to last some time, perhaps a few years, then if you buy a reputable brand like the Energizer, then perhaps if you buy a single one, you can pay like $3 or something. Yeah, so anyway, it's always good to have a pack of CR2032s at home, just because of everything using them, and quickly it might become very annoying if you need one and you don't have one. Also, well, no, I think we're pretty good. I will put the lid on and we shall boot this up. And hopefully we can get into BIOS then and have a poke around in there. Okay, so there we have it. Now let's see if we get a picture. As I turn this on. Turn the monitor on. And the PC. Nothing yet, but I think that no signal currently. But we have a power draw of 16 to 19 watts, so I think it's doing something. Perhaps BIOS has been cleared now, so it needs a bit of extra time during boot. Hopefully that's it. So we went down to 0 watts and now we're back to 18.5 watts. So it's power cycling, I think. $20 watts. Let's hope it works. No LED currently showing anything on the device itself. But it's drawing 16 watts, so it's doing something. That's for sure. Now there is a little green LED light. You can see the reflection of it from the monitor. So it was blinking and now it's not blinking. Let's see if we can get a picture here soon enough. Oh, we got a little short beep from the PC. System time is invalid. Yes. Okay, so we shall set the time and right. So let's log in. Now, is the correct time zone, but and it is not May 5th, but set time automatically. If we turn that off and we turn it on, let's see if it manages to do it. Well, the time is actually 6:15 p.m. And it's actually May 12th. So okay, why didn't it set it? May 12th, and we have 18:15. And if I now choose to set it automatically, it goes back to May 5th. Enable location permission for the settings to improve time zone accuracy. Okay, I suppose we turn that on. Let's see if that helps. Okay, current sync now. We're in the correct time zone. Please check network connectivity. Time.windows.com. Why did it fail? Do we have any internet connection? So let's go to Google. Yeah, it seems to work. I don't know, eBay. We have internet connection, that's for sure. But time.windows.com Synchronization. Well, now it did. Now it says successful. And what was the problem? And now it's showing the correct time and date. Alright, there we have it. Now let's try to get into BIOS. I will hold down the shift key while we press restart. And we go to troubleshoot, advanced options, and UEFI firmware settings. I find that easier on these systems than figuring out if it's delete or escape or F12 and pressing function key on the keyboard or not, and all of that. Right. So, BIOS setup. Right, so we have our 32 gigabytes of RAM here. BIOS event log. Here we can see CPU fan not detected. That was interesting, but that was the time and date was wrong, and then if that time and date was correct, that was in that case before I got the system. I got the system a couple of weeks ago, or 1 week ago maybe. So memory size error had, and then maybe there was an upgrade to 32 gigabytes by the previous user, and then 2026 real-time clock power loss, yes, and now it says, yeah, they're pretty strange, 2069 and 2017, strange years. Update system BIOS. Check hp.com for BIOS updates. So latest BIOS update 8th of July 25 perhaps. Okay, we don't have a network cable. Okay. Date and time. Well, now it is correct here in BIOS, so Windows changed the BIOS time and date. Security, TPM. Yeah, we have TPM 2.0, so we're sort of Windows 11 compatible in that regard. Advanced display language, schedule power on, boot options, HP Sure Recover, boot configuration, system options, configure storage controller for RAID, Optane, virtualization, M2 SSD 1 and 2, M2 VLAN Bluetooth, power button override, built-in device options, embedded LAN controller, wake on LAN, dust filter. Video memory size, so I don't know, we can only choose 512 here, dedicated maybe, but we have 32 gigabytes of system RAM, so let's choose 512. Microphone, internal speakers, LAN VLAN auto switching, wake on VLAN, okay. Port options. Yeah, we can enable, disable USB ports. Power management options. Power on from keyboard ports. Could be interesting, I suppose. Okay. So we can't power on from keyboard if we have the S5 sleep state, but then we have some hardware diagnostics. Yeah, okay. Save changes and exit. At least we adjusted the iGPU VRAM amount, sort of, but it will be, of course, simply DDR4 RAM. Great. So allow me to, I will log in here and fix things up with regards to, you know, 8064, and I'll check if there's some BIOS maybe when it's updates, and update everything to the latest version and make sure we're running high performance mode and all of that in the settings in Windows, and then we'll head right into testing. So let's do that. So there was actually a BIOS update to version 2.33.00. I installed the HP, so Windows Update didn't show the firmware update. It did on the previous models of the HP Mini PCs that we have checked up until now, but perhaps it would have been shown later on in Windows Update. But I installed the HP Support Assistant software just to check for updates, and yeah, it found a BIOS update. So let's apply it, and I will then just enter the BIOS and set the video memory and to the maximum there, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, I will be right back with you. Alright, the 8064. Alright, so 8064 has run, and let's zoom in a little bit. Something like that. So for memory read, so the memory scores will be sort of pretty much the same, I would say, as the other PCs in the previous episodes, because we're still running DDR4 2667 speed, and pretty much the same latency, so we get 35,144 megabytes per second read. We get 36,376 megabytes per second write. And memory copy 31,934 megabytes per second. So we will compare all these figures later on at the end of the video. But the memory stuff should be pretty much the same. And memory latency is 70.3 nanoseconds. I think it's about the same value as well as the previous PCs. So, CPU checkmate, we get 1,116 points. I don't remember actually what we had on the other PCs, but we are pretty high here. In the list. And although the list increases pretty rapidly towards the top performers here, but we're very comparable to a 4-core i7-6700K. we're very comparable to a Core i7-6700K, a 4-core CPU, although we are 6-core here, but in the 8500T is a newer generation. However, it's a T-based CPU, so we're pretty downclocked. So, and also the power envelope is lower, the TDP value that this is configured for the PC. So, right, PhotoWorks, we get 20,510 megapixels per second. And that's interesting because according to Ada64, a 16-core Ryzen 9 3950X, which isn't a bad CPU at all, even today, gets pretty much the same score. And yeah, so that's pretty good actually. Also, we're performing better than the 10-core i9-10900K from Intel as well. It's pretty much the same score. It's 50 points different or 60 points difference. So that's pretty good actually. CPU zlib, some compression, decompression, 327.1 megabytes per second. Now this isn't really the strong sort of test case for this CPU. We're performing 20 megabytes below the Bulldozer era FX8350 and also below the 4-core Ryzen 5 2400G. We're sort of closer to the Core i7-4770 and the pretty strange 15775C from some time ago. So, but I suppose this might be sensitive to clock frequencies or memory. So we're running SODIMMs with pretty bad latencies and yeah. CPU AES, so cryptography. Also 21,143 megabytes per second, which places us well, quite far below the 8700K. We are at the 8500T. So pretty much Skylake era 6-core 3960X Extreme CPU on the X79 platform back in the days. But yeah, so we're sort of right in the middle here, but nothing too exciting. The Core i9-10900K is over here. So this time we didn't beat it. It got 55,796 megabytes per second. So more than double the performance. SHA-3, so hashing algorithms, and we get 1,492 megabytes per second. That's also not too exciting. It will be very interesting to see where we sort of place with regard to the other HP Mini PCs. So is this one worth the slight price premium over the other systems? But we are once again around the 6700K and 4770 Intel CPUs. FPU Julia floating points, so 35,776 points. Once again around the 6700K CPU, just above it by 1,700 points, and very close to the 6850K Core i7, but a couple of thousand points below the Ryzen 7 1800X. So the 1800X was a pretty nice CPU in its day, but that was the first generation Ryzen, and yeah, so we're pretty much around there. FPU Mandel 18,148 points. Once again, just below the Core i7-6700K. So pretty much a 6700K in many tests. Sin Julia, 4,056 points. And the 6700K is actually pretty far ahead at 4,825 points, so almost 800 points higher. We're sort of closer to the, well, a Xeon E5462, but in consumer sort of domain. This doesn't say too much to us, maybe. But yeah, we're underperforming on the FPU here. FP32 ray trace. Now this one, we're a little bit higher up in the stack. Still just behind the 6700K. We are at 6,853 kilorays per second, and the 6700K is at 7,257 kilorays per second. So comparable once again to the 6700K. FP64 ray trace then. Once again just below the 6700K at 3,425 kilorays, while the 6700K gets 3,964 kilorays per second. Yes, so that's pretty much it for 8064. Very interesting to see. I wonder how will these figures stack up against the 7200U CPU and the 6500T. Especially, I mean, 6500T, so this is sort of 2 generations newer, although this is the 14 nanometer plus era. So the question is, how much better is this? And we shall remember that we have 32 gigabytes of RAM in this system, while our other systems had 16 gigabytes. Yeah, the price and everything we have already sort of discussed, so I think the next step is to check PC Mark, is it? Yeah. So PC Mark has finished, and well, let's zoom in a bit. We have 4,049 points. Well, overall, and how does that stack up in comparison to the 2 other systems that we've tested so far? I have a little memory actually of what we had, so but yeah, stick to the very end of the video where we will compare all the scores for all the PCs we've tested so far in the HP Mini PC series. So let's start off with the essentials. We have 6,887 points, app startup 5,400 or 5,395, video conferencing 6,539, and web browsing is 9,263. So the web browsing is clearly the higher score of these. App startup is not bad, I would say, perhaps, but it is the lowest of all the 3 in the essentials category. The productivity score, 8,196 points, and the spreadsheet had 8,536. The writing score 7,870. So pretty evenly distributed here. Digital content creation 3,000. Oh, let's turn the camera over here. Right. So digital content creation 3,192 points. Photo editing 4,638, which is I think is a pretty high score for a system like this. Could it be because we have 32 gigabytes of RAM? Maybe. Rendering and visualization score 2322. It is the lowest of these three, so I think we had pretty low scores on the other two systems as well. Perhaps below 2000. We should remember that the 8500T CPU that we have in this system is a 6-core, 6-thread configuration. So no real multi-threading here. Just like we had in the 6500T, the very first system we tested, but it was a 4-core, 4-thread system configuration. So here we have 2 more real cores and a couple of generations of upgrades in terms of the architecture. However, we shall remember that all these systems are the 14 nanometer plus Intel era kind of thing, and this is basically a Coffee Lake CPU, the 8500T. So it's one of those lakes that were on 14 nanometers with very small sort of generation to generation uplifts, maybe, at least in most areas. However, I think this is still perhaps a higher score than we have seen before on the 6500T. Video editing, 3021 points. Yeah, so there we have that. I will save this score, and I will enter all the figures into Excel, and we shall basically compare them all and see how much, if any, benefit there is to a system like this. Now, I think it's time for 3D Mark now. While I have the 3D Mark benchmarks downloading and installing in the background, why don't we check Hardware Info 64 and see what we can find out here. So if we zoom in one section at a time, we see the 8500T. It's a Coffee Lake S CPU, 6-core, 6-thread configuration, 9 megabytes of level 3 cache, 35 watts TDP, and 14 nanometer process. If we move over to the RAM, so 32 gigabytes DDR4 and dual channel timings 1943 CR2T. The first one is an unknown stick of RAM, it says, and the other one is a Samsung. Yeah, seems to work fine. Now let's move over to the graphics. So now we have an Intel UHD Graphics 630 Coffee Lake SGT2. So we have one XE core and 24 EUs, execution units. Now, so in the 7200U system that we checked last time, we had an Intel UHD Graphics 620, if I'm not mistaken. And in the 6500T system, we had, UHD 530. So now we can compare the 530 versus the 630, sort of. That's interesting. We shall also compare the datasheets for the CPUs later on when we check the results that we get from the benchmarks. But there we have it. Yeah, and also the memory speed here is 1333 MHz. That's the officially supported speed of the CPU for the RAM. So this is in effect 2667 megahertz. Alright, so let's start with Steel Nomad Lite this time. So, sorry I didn't capture the run of the Steel Nomad Lite on camera, but we have a result, and the result is 359 points, and that is 2.67 FPS, so it was sort of a slideshow. However, we can also perhaps see that our score is just above the average at 351 points, the best score being 375 for this CPU GPU configuration. Right, so let's head over to TimeSpy. No demo. And find out. So far we always had a slideshow. I think we had like 2 FPS or something on the other two systems. Let's see what the HD 630 GPU, iGPU can do. Now this is very small over here. There we have it. Yeah, 2.6 FPS, 2.7. The power draw is 3940 watts. So we are a little bit more power hungry, I think, especially than the 7200U system, which of course was a U-class CPU. So pretty steadily at 39 watts, 38.8, 38.4, back to 38.8, 39.1. So we are very steady. 3.1 FPS at the very end here. Right. And we have a power draw of 26.5 watts during loading here of GT2. So GT2 also 2.6, 2.4 to 1.6 FPS. Power draw also 39 watts. So yeah, very much a slideshow. $38.5 watts, 39. So we're sort of in that range still, and 2.9 FPS. Okay. So the highest we've seen so far is about 40 watts. Now we have the CPU test. Now this will be interesting as well. So we have 65 watts power draw, 57. So 65, and that was higher. Let's zoom in a bit on the FPS counter. So we have about, yes, now we're at 10 FPS. It reduces as the test progresses. Power draw is 55.5 watts. And I can feel the computer is getting warm. and there is some warm air coming out the back. So yeah, but the highest was 65 watts briefly, and then we stabilized at 55 watts. Now our scores. So we have 472 points. The average is 475. The best is 500 on the spot. So we're pretty average here, and the graphics score is 411, while the CPU score is 3177. Will be very interesting to see how these scores compare to the other two systems we've tested so far. Yeah, let me save this score and we shall continue. Now, Firestrike is always interesting, and we have the physics test there and stuff. Oh, now we're getting this sort of issue where we have a very small viewport. Okay, we didn't have that issue on the other tests, but I think we should be fine. Let's try to zoom in on the minimal FPS counter. We have about 5 FPS and a power draw of 40 watts, 39. So it seems that if the CPU is doing its thing alone, then it can draw 55 to 65 watts. But here we're sort of in a scenario where both the GPU and CPU are used. We seem to cap out at around 39-40 watts. Oh, so now we have actually in GT2 we have a full screen mode. So that was interesting. Let's try to zoom in here. Power draw is still 38 to 40 watts. And the FPS counter is at 5 to 6.5 FPS. A very steady 38 watts on the power meter. And yeah. Now the physics test is loading here. Now let's see this one. We have a 32 FPS and power draw 52.5 watts, 51.8. So yeah, 50 to 52, 53 watts in the physics test. And now for the last combined test. Now this will be interesting. It's always also a slideshow on this system so far, at least. It has been, so let's see what the power draw and the FPS is like in the combined test. Let's find that FPS counter. Yeah, 1.7 FPS. Power draw 39 watts. Very interesting that we cap out at 39 watts in combined scenarios. So I would suspect that the CPU is stronger than the iGPU here. And there we have the result. It's a good result, 1173. The average is 1163 for this type of system with the CPU-GPU combination like this. Graphics score is 1288. Physics 9983. It seems high to me. I think it might be a lot higher than we've seen in the previous two systems. And the combined score is 392. Alright. I can't wait to get a comparison of this system to the other ones with the figures and the graphs and all. Let's go for the night raid. Now, the night raid seems to be a benchmark which performs a little bit better in FPS terms on lighter weight systems like these ones that we have with the iGPUs. So I think we had something like 20-25 FPS on some of the previous two systems, something like that. So power draw is now 43 watts. And let's see how many FPS we have. Yeah, 23 FPS. So I think we're sort of in the same range. Power draw 42.5 watts, so we're a little bit higher on this one. I suppose the iGPU can stretch its legs a bit more, and the CPU utilizes a bit more, perhaps, as well, so it doesn't have to wait for the GPU as much, perhaps. So yeah, 25, 26, 27 FPS and a power draw of 42.5 watts, pretty steadily. Now let's see the second test here. "35 FPS, 40 watts. Now this is running pretty smoothly, I would say. This is not bad. And 41 watts in a load like this. Currently 30 FPS, 32, 33. 40 watts on the spot. So I would say there is a little bit of a higher power draw perhaps in this system than we saw previously, but we also have two more cores in this compared to the 6500T, and real cores. So Intel was stuck on the 40nm process for a while, and adding two more cores here, but maybe downclocked. If the cores can be utilized, it also depends, of course, which tests here can utilize how many cores. Now this looks like the CPU test, and we have a power draw of 50 watts, and simulation time is 108 milliseconds, but yeah, 50 watts, 49, 48. Okay, and I think we're about to get a score out of this. Indeed, we do have a score. It's a little bit lower than average, so we got 5,555 points, which is nice, sort of figure in itself, but the average is 5,958 and the best score is 6,452. The graphics score is 5,739 and the CPU score is 4,705. So we're sort of a little bit below average, Perhaps run variance, perhaps something was going on in the background of this. So let's go for the CPU profile. And this is a pretty long and boring test. But what's interesting is to see the power draw in the different scenarios for the different number of threads. So I will just briefly mention the wattage that I see on the different tests. So this is the max thread test, and here we have a power draw of 53 watts. Very steady at 53 watts, 52.8, 52.3, 54. So it's within a couple of watts range. And now that we have the loading screen, we're at 25.5 watts. 16 thread test should be pretty much the same as max thread, I think. We'll have 6 cores, 6 threads on this system. Yeah, power draw is pretty much the same at 54 watts. So, yeah. 8 threaded test. Let's see what we get here. It's still more threads than we have cores and threads for the CPU, so a little bit lower power draw at 52 to 53 instead of 54 point something watts. So but almost the same. So 4 thread test. Unfortunately, we don't have a 6 thread test, but a 4 thread test. Now I suspect that we should have a little bit lower power draw, even though each core can perhaps clock higher and have a higher TDP. Or power draw, I should say. 54.4 watts, 50 watts. So this one jumps around a bit more. But now it's stabilized at 54 to 55 watts. So yeah, perhaps the lower amount of running threads can result in increased frequency for the cores that are utilized. And also, if the temperature goes down because fewer cores are active, we can also have a higher clock and keep it higher for longer. 2 thread test. Now this will be interesting. Yeah, significantly lower power draw at 37 to 39 watts. So we're not in the 50s or 40s. We're at 38.6 right now watts. And now for the single thread test. Let's see how much power draw we have. So currently power draw is at 28.8, 27.7. Yeah, 28 to 29 watts, I would say. Alright, and we have some scores. Now, let's have a closer look. For the max thread scenario, 2067, 16 threads 2025, 8 threads 2016, 2 threads 2110. So this is interesting that the 4th thread was higher. in overall score. 2 threads 1125 and a single thread 572. So yeah, and you know what? I think this is I don't remember having 2000 in the scores in this test for the other systems we've tested so far. So this is probably higher. However, the sort of single thread scenario is pretty interesting because I'm thinking, I mean, the system is a few years of age, and I'm wondering what if the thermal paste is a bit dry. Should you factor in the cost of replacing the thermal paste? Perhaps buying a tube if you don't already have one, or having to spend some of your existing tube of thermal paste if you have one. So far we had to replace the BIOS battery on this system, so I mean, it's not a huge cost, but you know, we have to add up some cost, and maybe you need to, when you buy it used, you have to have a gas duster with compressed air or something to remove any dust, because when you receive it second hand, probably the seller will not clean it up for you with respect to dust. Not too much. And when you get a new system, or second-hand new system sort of, you want it clean and fresh, and maybe we should actually replace the thermal paste. But allow me to save this result. So I downloaded V prime, W prime, and we're calculating some 1024 million decimals of pi, and or is it prime numbers we're looking at? It doesn't matter. So V prime, loading the CPU, and let's check in hardware info here. We have the temperatures for the CPU here. So let's zoom in a little bit. Yes, so we have the core temperatures here, and let's see if we can CPU thread usage, well, almost 100%. Core clock 3226 megahertz. And temperatures are rising a bit. We can have this graph here being drawn. So it seems we are at 69 C, and the power draw is 44 watts. So this is not the ultimate stress test. 70 degrees. CPU package 73. And we're not thermal throttling. We have not critical temperature. We have not exceeded core power limit. But let's have a look here. Average effective clock is 2330 megahertz or so, 2200. So we have well, let's see, core clocks 3.2 is actually pretty stable there. 3.3, 3.2. Yeah, but we seem to be pretty steady here. And core max, maximum value of all digital thermal sensors, 74. So the highest maximum was 74. A couple of cores are at 66, 68. But we only, if we scroll to the right here, we only have 4 threads running here. So can we stop that? Maybe we should use another better set thread count. Yes, 6 threads. Now let's try to run this. Okay, now we're running 6 threads. And let's see what happens then. We have a power draw of 56 watts. And the fan spins up a bit. And now we have temperatures at 78 degrees maximum after running this a few seconds. Average effective clock, yeah, now it's 3.2 gigahertz, as all the cores here are as well. 1 volt to the CPU cores. So 79 degrees at the highest, and we are at 53.4 watts. So let's allow it to run for a couple of minutes more and see what kind of maximum value we'll get here and the average. Right, so the test here on the right is almost complete at 67%, 79, and we have still a highest temperature of 79. Currently 78, 77. But the core clocks are a bit lower at 3094, jumping up to 3190. So the average effective clock is 3101 megahertz. So we have declined a little bit down clock. And here we see core power limit exceeded, yes. And also package or ring power limit exceeded, yes. And now this is finished. So but not thermal throttling. We haven't hit that at least. However, I suppose we hit the power limit first before any other limits, so that's good for a system like this. And however, I think that considering that the BIOS wasn't well, the CMOS battery wasn't replaced in the system. I don't think that the seller of said system had to sort of repasted the CPU before sending it to me. There was some dust in the systems and and then the CMOS battery wasn't replaced. So it seems like the seller probably saw that, yeah, the system worked last time he or she used it, and then sent it off to me. So I think that, yeah, let's open this up. The system here, and see if we can do a repaste and compare the figures. Is it worth doing it or not? All right. And here we are for the main event of the evening. What fans all around the world have been waiting for. The repaste of the 8500T CPU inside one of the HP Mini PCs that look just like this. And what you will need: some isopropyl alcohol, a little bit of tissue to put said alcohol onto, and I suppose we need some screwdriver, and I think this looks like, oh no, I have some goo here. Yeah, I think it's from the old fan, the underside of it, the sponge here that was disintegrated. I think we can put this just aside like this, and well, yeah, what do we need then? We need a screwdriver. It seems that it can accept a flathead or a Torx. I prefer Torx over flatheads, that's for sure. And yeah, we need to remove the cooler. Now we have some numbers here. So it says number 1 over there, number 2 over there, and number 3 over there. So maybe you should fasten them in this order. And I also see we have actually a socket here, and I think we can release the CPU maybe even and replace it if we have one to replace with, but we shall not do that today, I think. We're just sort of interested right now in replacing the thermal paste. Okay, so yes, you will also need some screwdrivers. I shall well, bring in my Gamers Nexus kit. Shout out to them, I suppose. But it has a good selection of screwdrivers, and I think that this one, this isn't Torx, but I think this might work. Let's try this. So we had number 1 here, over there. Oh yeah, this works. Yeah, let's just loosen them up a bit in some kind of order. They have a spring. Yeah, and now it simply just lifts off. And then we have the we have something that got stuck in there. We have the, let's see here, thermal pads, which I suppose go to, let's examine this, onto the VRMs, I suppose. And yeah, even these ones, I suppose maybe these ones are for the RAM, the VRMs, and then we have the VRMs for the CPU phases. And we have the thermal pads here. These ones are for the memory VRMs, and then we have these large pads. Sorry, these large pads for the VRMs and coils over here, or inductors. And the thermal paste is very dry, it seems. But yeah, it's a standard socktable CPU. So I wonder, I suppose if you want to, you could replace this 8500T with maybe at least something in the same generation. Like, was there something newer than 8500T, something higher spec? But of course, I don't know if this this heatsink is capable of dissipating more heat than it already has to. It does run at 79 degrees, was it maximum? So anyway, this is a good start. Now let's take some of this isopropyl alcohol and start working this. Of course, I suppose you could replace this with a lower powered part as well, like a U-class CPU, as long as the BIOS has support for it. So you can, in theory, play around with it, at least see what's supported, if you have these CPUs. Now, let's see what it says. Yeah, Intel Core i5-8500T, 2.1 gigahertz. I almost read X3D, but that's AMD. 3XD. This is not an X3D CPU. So, yeah, but it looks pretty clean. Perhaps we have a little something over here. Yeah. Okay. Now let's add some more IPA and zoom out a bit. And repeat the procedure on this side, on the heatsink. And things are falling off. They're very dry. Yeah. Allow me to get some more tissue paper and throw this away. Right, I just use some cheap tissue paper from Amazon, I think. I got them at some point. It will be very interesting to see if this makes a difference in the thermal situation, or I mean, it was okay. It didn't throttle due to thermals per se, but it did clock down a bit, just like the sort of as a boost control almost. Okay, I would say that's okay. The important part here has been covered. Then we have some dust stuff at the edge of the pads, but that's okay. All right. Now maybe we can actually use this to get an angle here. Now, the next thing you will need is well, the junkie box, or well, there are a lot of syringes in here, but they are not, well, these are basically thermal paste box, my thermal paste box. I have some Arctic MX1. This one is probably old, so I have some MX6, some MX4. I have some thermal paste on me. The MX4, the MX2, a couple of Noctua NTH1s of different revisions, it seems. I have some Cooler Master Gel. There's Thermal Grizzly. There's some Zalman ZMSTC8. But let's go for one of these. I don't know if is any of them open. Let's see the status of how depressed these syringes are. I think this one is most used, perhaps. This one I haven't seen yet. Let's see here. Pretty much the same, I suppose. Okay, let's pick one. Let's go for this one. So obviously you don't need a box of thermal paste, you just need some thermal paste. Now, I don't know how old this thermal paste is. This isn't bought yesterday, so but hopefully, I mean, we can always. It has been closed up and it hasn't been subjected to all that much light or temperature like a used thermal paste would. So my hope here is that this is still in good condition. We can press out a little bit the first sort of perhaps dried up nozzle piece. And how should we apply it? Well, we can always do either the do some dots or a cross with some dots, or just one thing in the middle. But I think we can do a cross and then some dots. It should cover the entire. Something like that, and maybe some dots over here. That usually works pretty good. All right, and then we put this aside, and we take our cooler. And I think we can zoom out a little bit. Now, it should go this way, right? So, something like that. Just placing it there, and this is number 1, so we take our screwdriver and first I go counterclockwise, and then when I feel that it's gripping, I can go clockwise. So let's do 3 or so turns, and then we'll go to number 2 here. Counterclockwise, and then that. Number 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we continue. And there's a decisive stop here, so this won't turn any further. Right. I hope that's good. So there we have that. And we also want to mount the cooler here. And it should enter these grooves here on each side, and then it just, there are a couple of legs here over there that it just sits on top of. Alright, so is this a success or not? Time to find out. And we close it off. Like that. Plug in some display port, power, and a little USB receiver for the Logitech K400 keyboard. Now let's see if we... Ooh, we have picture. I will move stuff out of the way. Okay, that's a good start, I suppose. We want to check the temperatures and all. We have the clocks here. Let's see the temperatures. Currently, yeah, 35 to 37 degrees on the cores. CPU package 39, but we are not loading the CPU right now either, so so set thread count to 6 because we have a 6-core 6-thread CPU, and we run the 1024 million, and yeah, it's going. And we have the temperatures here. It will take a while. So core max 63. And average effective clock here is currently steady at 3192 or so megahertz so far. Before changing thermal paste, we had 79 degrees was it on the CPU package or core max? Maybe core max, I don't remember, but before the V Prime application finished the test. So currently at 70 degrees on the core max. .1 to 3.2 gigahertz of frequency on the cores. Average effective clock 3.1. 71 degrees. 53% finished on the V Prime. .72 degrees. We have a power draw of 52 watts during full CPU load, GPU being idle, I suppose. We should have replaced the thermal paste on the other two systems previously, I suppose, on the 7200U and the 6500T. But the 6500T system I no longer am in possession of, so I cannot retest that with the thermal paste swap. But the 7200U is a very low power CPU. It was it 15 watts TDP? So it wasn't too much of a deal there with the, I think with the old thermal paste. It never got that hot. But of course, changing the thermal paste is always nice, I suppose. Let's see, actually, 74 degrees max, and the current CPU package 73, 74. We have a little graph here. We're 95% finished, 97. 75 I saw. Yeah, 75. Let's run it once again just to push it. There were no errors, at least. The log said in the V prime. 76. 74. But also, if we're keeping higher clocks than on 79 degrees with before the thermal paste change, and that's also a win. Maybe we can do some a rerun of some PC Mark or 3D Mark or something, and just compare the figures. Maybe 8064, 75. And the cores are pretty close to each other in terms of temperature, so I think that means it should be a pretty even application of thermal paste, perhaps, which is always good. 76, so yeah, 74, 75, so between 74 and 76 degrees instead of what was it, 78, 79 previously. 52.5 watts. And also we hit 79 degrees previously within the first run of V prime. It was far from complete when we had 79 degrees. So we should be able to boost sort of for longer. Now we can once again see core power limit exceeded, yes, so it's the power and then package ring power limit exceeded, yes. So we're sort of power throttled by power or limited by power, I suppose, not the thermals currently. But yeah, I think we have perhaps reached some kind of steady state in the last minute or so. Highest seen temperature 76, so it seems to jump around from 74 to 76 degrees. And now we're almost finished with the second run of V prime. Average effective clock 3095 megahertz. Yeah, 76, and the ambient temperature here is about 25 degrees or so, 24 to 25. So if you have a cooler room, oh, I saw 77 now, yay! But it took a while. We're almost we're 91% finished on the second run of V prime. So 77, but we dropped back to 76 pretty quickly. There we had max 77. Now we're 76 again. Yeah, and now the V prime is finished. So I would say, well, we gained a few degrees, maybe 3 degrees of thermal headroom, sort of, and perhaps a higher average effective clock across all the cores. And now we're dropping the temps pretty quickly. Yeah, but that's good. Seems to have worked nicely. Should we do let's start with just a rerun of AIDA64, I think. Alright, I'm trying to get both of these results in shot here. So on the left we have the pre-repaste result, and on the right after the post-repaste result. So I don't know how visible this will be on different screens, but I will try to read them out here. In the checkmate we had 1116 points before repaste and 1091 points after repaste. So we lost some performance after repaste, which is interesting, but I think it's within variance. Photo works. So 20,510 megapixels per second before repaste and 20,317 megapixels per second after repaste. Once again, a little bit lower after repaste, which is interesting. But maybe we had a colder CPU when we started out before repaste. Now we just ran we just finished a run of V prime, but it shouldn't be too. I mean, the values are within variance. So 327.1 megabytes per second in zlib before repaste and 326.2 megabytes per second after repaste. So that's less than 1 megabyte per second win for the pre-repaste. AES. (21,143 megabytes per second before repaste and 21,115 megabytes per second after repaste. Once again, a little bit lower after repaste, but it's a very small differences, so I would say that's still variance, even though so far there is not a single win for post-repaste case. SHA-3, 1,492 megabytes per second before repaste and 1,490 megabytes per second after repaste. 2 megabytes per second loss for post-repaste. Also the variance, they're functionally equal, so really no change there. FPU Julia, 35,776 before repaste and 33,570, so that's a bit lower after repaste actually. Interesting. I don't know, maybe to have some background process or something, doing something at the same time. FPU Mandel 18,148 before repaste and 17,809 after repaste. Once again, pre-repaste 1, which is interesting. Synjulia, FPU Synjulia, 4,056 points before repaste and 4,054 points after repaste. Now they're functionally equal. FP32 ray trace, 6,853 kilorays per second versus 6,505 kilorays per second after repaste. Once again, lower after repaste. FP64 ray trace, 3,425 before and 3,322 after repaste. Once again, repaste lost. And that's pretty much it. Very interesting, I must say. So not a single win for the repaste case, but I saw that the memory read and write was a little bit lower, but also within variance I would say, but still a bit lower for the post repaste case. Maybe we should test PCMark, do a rerun of that. Right, let's allow PCMark to run, and I will be right back with you. So, PCMark has been run, and I am comparing the results within PCMark between the two runs. And, well, this is more interesting than AIDA64. So, AIDA64 has some specific short-running tests, and that's always good as well, but PCMark is an entire application for benchmarking, and some tasks are longer running and some are not, but in general this test is a more complete test of very different real-world sort of application runs. So if we, first of all, if we just zoom in here a little bit. Right, 4,195 points, the blue bar, is after the repaste, and 4,049 is before repaste. So we gained, well, like 145, 146 points or something like that, by doing the repaste. And if we check, at first we have the essentials, app startup. So let's try to get this into view while still being visible. Yeah, I can just maybe read the labels there and zoom in on the figures. Right, so the first score here, 6,641, is lower than 6,887. And the left column here is after repaste. But the first sub value is 4,866 points versus 5,395 points. And that is actually app startup. So it's a very strange sort of loss here with the same system. But app startup depends on the SSD a lot, I would say. We have the same other sort of configuration. App startup shouldn't be too dependent on, well, of course it is dependent on the CPU as well, but I would say it's more dependent on the storage subsystem, perhaps, but that's just my theory. Now the second one, 6,556 versus 6,539. Yes, it is a win. It's the video conferencing score, and it is a win for the post repaste case, but basically it's within variance. It's like less than 20 points difference. Web browsing score is next at 9,183 versus 9,263 before repaste. So after repaste we actually lost a bit. And but this is in also, I would say, variance pretty much, but the strange thing is, yeah, the app startup score, where we lost a lot of points. So if we just have something more in line with the score we had before repaste for app startup, we would have an even higher total overall score after repaste. Productivity, however, but maybe something was accessing the SSD or something more in this case now than previously, I don't know. But I wouldn't be too worried about that, because the next overall score is productivity. And here we have 9,384 points after repaste and 8,196 before repaste. And that's a pretty huge difference. So while the spreadsheet score is 8,605 versus 8,536, so it is a win for the repaste case, but a pretty small win, pretty much equally performing in spreadsheet. But the writing score is 10,235 after repaste and 7,870 before repaste. Now maybe the writing score is utilizing CPU more, and maybe it's a long running test, I don't know, but if we gain some extra frequency or being able to hold a higher frequency for a longer time before temperatures go up, then maybe we can see a gain there. But the difference is pretty huge. So from under 8,000 points to over to 10,000 points, that's pretty much. But very interesting. And considering that the other scores are pretty much in line, like 8,500 and 8,600 points, and then suddenly the writing score is massively deviating from that. But then we have digital content creation, 3,216 points versus 3,192 points. So it is a win for the repaste case. Not a huge win, but it's 24 points or so. And the sub score is for photo editing, the first one, 4,634 versus 4,638. So they're pretty much equal. Rendering and visualization, 2,317 post repaste and 2,322 before repaste, also equal. And then video editing, now 3,100 versus 3,021. There's a little bit of a difference here. I wouldn't say it's variance. It's I mean, after all, 79 points, right? Difference out of 3000. Well, maybe, but it's a gain for after repaste, and maybe the video editing is a heavier CPU load, because it also maybe depends on how multi-threaded things are. Like before repaste, if we have a single or dual threaded case where only 2 cores are sort of 100% utilized, then in that case maybe we don't even reach 79 degrees. It doesn't matter too much for the frequencies. It doesn't have to throttle, or not throttle in that sense, but just boost lower. It won't hold the same frequency maybe for as long. Yeah, but overall we did see actually again 4195 versus 4049, and if we wouldn't have lost the app startup this much, then maybe we would have over 4200 points here. So that's interesting. And actually, if we scroll a bit, we can see CPU clock frequency over here, and we see the different tests. So let's try to zoom in as much as we can, and we can see that video conferencing is first up, and the blue line is the post repaste. So after repaste is the blue line, and before repaste is the orange line. And I would say the blue line is higher, right? The average frequency, I would say it's higher. Let me just there is a little button here. Yes, we have also the temperatures. So in this first section we have the video conferencing, right? It's seemingly a little bit higher in frequency after repaste. If we scroll down a bit, here we have the GPU clock frequency, but I only see one line here. But then on CPU temperature, here we have CPU temperature in Celsius. So we have 70 over here. It's hard to say. I think they are a bit phase changed, because I think the test ended sooner in one case perhaps, but here we have a little bit higher temperature in the blue case, but I think that this orange line over here would be a bit higher than the blue line behind. And over here as well, we don't have these spiky, as large spikes as with the blue line. And we have CPU power consumption, but it should be pretty much the same. GPU load, and CPU utilization as well. Yeah, it's hard to say, but seems to vary a little bit, but pretty much the same if you would sort of shift them onto each other. However, the next test is web browsing. Maybe I can zoom out a little bit. So for the CPU frequency on web browsing, it looks to me that, yeah, the blue frequency has higher spikes than the orange, especially at the end of the test. There's quite a large difference here in frequency. And if we scroll down, and here we have the CPU temperature for the web browsing case, we can see that we had a long period here where pre-paste we had pretty high temperature compared to the blue post repaste case. But then, oops, over here we have some spiking up. The blue line is higher, but it ends sooner. So the test ran for a short amount of time, so we would push that line over there and they would meet over here, I would say. But yeah, it's very interesting to compare these. But let's see for the app startup, why did that differ so much? So we have app startup over here. CPU frequency wise, yeah, I think the blue spikes are higher overall, but CPU temperatures, yeah, all over the place, trading blows here. CPU power consumption, CPU utilization. Yeah, hard to say anything definitive. But let's see here. We gained a lot in writing score. Let's find writing. It's over here. So this little thin test, sort of in time, it's not a very long test, it seems, but there we have it. What does it look like over here? Frequency wise, yeah, at the end we have a little bit higher frequency spikes, and at the very beginning perhaps. CPU temperature wise, sorry, this is power consumption. There we have CPU temperature. Yeah, we had a spike here in the pre-paste case where we had 80 degrees. 80.2 degrees for the CPU. Maybe it throttled there before the repaste, which perhaps gave a short period where temperatures were pushing the frequencies down. I don't see such a spike after repaste. Not that high. Seems like, yeah, it's a very interesting spike there. Maybe that could have affected the score for the pre-repaste case. And at the same time, yeah, the GPU temperature was also, there is a spike over there. So since this is an iGPU solution, the the temperature of the iGPU is sort of affecting the temperature of the CPU as well. So it's a combination here, I think. Because we see power consumption, there is a spike over here as well. But with the repaste case, this spike was handled a lot better than in the pre-repaste case, where the power consumption went up. And then we had a spike immediately in the temperature. But with the new paste, we didn't see that. GPU load, there is a spike, but only in the repaste case, but it seemed to handle it. And then we finally have the CPU utilization, and yeah, there was a spike in CPU utilization at the same time, but with the new paste we didn't see any such spike in temperature immediately. Now this is just speculation, of course, but fact of the matter is that we do indeed have, I would say, better results just from the repaste. So that's great. Maybe we should do the same thing in 3D Mark. So, Steel Nomad Lite has been run, and on the left we have the after repaste 358, 2.66 FPS, and before repaste 359 score and 2.67 FPS. So this is clearly identical, no real change here, I would say. Alright, times by then. On the left here we have the freshly tested run after the repaste, 474 points versus 472 points before the repaste. And then we have 413 points on the graphics. We had 411 before the repaste, and 3156 on the CPU score versus 3177 before the repaste. So we lost a little bit on the CPU score, but we gained a couple of points on the graphics score, which gave us still a better overall score by 2 points. So that's interesting. Of course, here we are only in the 400s, so gaining 2 points, and maybe it thinks that the graphics score is more important here than the CPU score. But it's here we are in the 3000s, so 20 points or so difference out of 3000. Maybe it favors the graphics score more here, because it's also on the same sort of die that the CPU cores are. So temperature will of course affect when the iGPU works as well. It's the same heatsink and the same thermal paste, and but yeah, so I would say pretty much we have the same scores here. But for the sake of it, we should perhaps run Firestrike as well and have a look at that one. Okay, we have finished a run of Firestrike. Now on the left we have the fresh run after the repaste, and on the right before the repaste. So we can clearly see that the post repaste is a bit lower, 10 points lower than before repaste. But 10 points out of 1150 or so, I would say that's technically equal. I believe the variance is perhaps even larger than this. But anyway, so the difference is the graphics score, we lost, what is it, 14 points. However, the physics score, so the CPU, we passed 10,000 points with 10,008 after repaste, and we had 9,983 before the repaste. The combined score, yeah, we lost 1 point here. Considering we have, in this case, physics is higher and graphics is lower, and combined score is pretty much equal, just 1 point lower. If we would run this several times, I think we would get a variance of like beating this score and falling below that score a bit. So I would say they're pretty much equal, but it's nice that we actually passed 10,000 points on physics on this CPU. So clearly the 8500T CPU can pass the 10,000 points mark on physics in Firestrike. So that's always nice. Alright, we have a couple of more tests left. Alright, now once again we have the fresh repasted score on the left and the pre-repaste score on the right. Now in nitrate this is, we have now 5,638 overall points versus 5,555 before repaste. So yeah, this is a nice improvement. We're still below the average score of 5,956 for this CPU and GPU combination. However, we have closed the gap a bit with slightly less than 100 points, but still that's almost 100 points. And if we inspect the difference a bit more, we have 5,757 on the graphics now versus 5,739 before repaste. The CPU score is 5,051 versus 4,705. Now that's a pretty large increase in CPU performance. So in this sense, yeah, pretty good. Now, is it worth repasting just to get this? Well, perhaps not. I mean, probably there's variance. If we would run 10 times this benchmark before repasting, we probably would have gotten some results both below 5,555 and above. But yeah, anyway, a small difference perhaps can be noticed. And it's always nice to repaste old CPUs and GPUs. There's nothing wrong with that. Right, but we have one test left, and that's CPU profile. And this will be very interesting to see how it performs in the pure CPU scenario. Can we see any meaningful difference in either an increase or decrease in performance? Now let's find out. And finally we have run CPU profile, and it's pretty interesting. Luckily for us, the results are in favor of repasting. So on the left, once again, we have the freshly run benchmark after the repaste, and we can see that we have 2,094 points on max threads and 2,067 on max threads before the repaste. So it's almost 30 points increase, and on 16 threads 2,042 versus 2025, and the difference increases when we go to 8 threads, because we had 2016 on 8 thread before repaste, and 2042, the same score here as for 16 threads, but on 8 after the repaste. 4 threads, 2131 versus 2110, 21 points or so. 2 threads, 1137 versus 1125. Also a win here for the repaste. And single thread performance, 579 versus 572. So yeah, 7-point increase. It's like 1% or something. Slightly more maybe. And yeah, maybe we could run a higher clock for longer time with the lower temperatures. That's a theory, at least. We can, of course, see here, I did have the frequency now on the right I only have a picture, so it's hard to say, but here we held 3391 megahertz, so 3.4 gigahertz on the that was the loading. The max threads, we had a frequency of 3.2 gigahertz. So the question is it the same over here? This is just a picture, so I can't really see the actual number here. But 16 threads. Yeah, we had something odd here on 16 threads, where we dropped to 970 megahertz for a little while, but we held 3192 throughout the test otherwise. In the pre-repaste 16 thread, we didn't have any frequency droop, but maybe we were higher in frequency after repaste. It's hard to say from these. But let's single thread is over here, 3.4 gigahertz throughout, only some small variations. And what did we have here? Let's see here, 3, that is one single thread. And what level is that? Yeah, maybe 3.4 as well, or close to it. Yeah, hard to say when I only have a picture here for the pre-repaste. But anyway, yeah, clearly higher results. So I think we have finished all our testing here. So the conclusion then, is this worth it? Well, I think we need to check, put all the facts and figures into Excel and create some chart and analyze to find out, is this type of machine worth it with regards to what it costs, having the 8500T CPU, and we should also maybe compare the CPU specifications wise to the other 6500T and 7200U. to see what differences we can find in between the systems there. So yeah, let's head over into that now. Okay, so we are looking at a comparison here side by side of the, well, I thought the most relevant comparison of the systems we've looked at so far would be the 6500T on the left and the 8500T on the right, because they have sort of similar configuration, but with the 6500T being a 4-core, 4-thread CPU, and 8500T is a 6-core, 6-thread CPU. So none of them have SMT, and however, the 8500T has 50% more cores and threads, um, while at the same time having some generational uplifts in specification and architectural changes. So yeah, let's compare them. First of all, in the title here, we can see we have 6 megabytes of cache on the 6500T, while we have 9 megabytes of cache on the 8500T, and 3.1 versus 3.5 gigahertz frequency. However, these are TDP adjustable, so it might not be that we have 3.5 gigahertz. Although I think we saw uh, in some of the 3D Mark tests, maybe, that we had a frequency of 3.4 or so gigahertz in some tests. So anyway, let's start the comparison here a bit. And well, first of all, so the 6500T is Skylake, and well, on the right, this 8500T is Coffee Lake, but it's also a Skylake derivative, I would say, both at 14 nanometers. Um, yeah, so max frequency 3.5 versus 3.1, base frequency 2.5 on 6500T, but 2.1 only on the 8500T. However, we have um, 3 megabytes more cache, so 50% more cache on the 8500T. We have the same bus speed and TDP here, but yeah, it's configurable here on the 8500T down to 25 watts. It's interesting that it says that this one is launched, the 8500T, while the 6500T is discontinued, even though the end of a servicing update date has passed on June 30th, 2025. Anyway, next difference regarding memory is a maximum of 128 gigabyte on the 8500T versus 64 gigabytes on the 6500T. Now, if you're not planning on running 64 or over 64 gigabytes of memory, then it doesn't matter too much to you, perhaps. But also, in theory, the 6500T had support for DDR3 memory, um, although the HP systems had DDR4. But the DDR4 was only up to 2133 megahertz on the 6500T, while we get 2666 speeds on the 8500T. Now that extra bandwidth could, of course, make some difference. Although you have to remember that the latencies will probably be higher on most, especially on SODIMM modules. The latencies are pretty high anyway. Two channels, and yeah, the extra bandwidth goes up from 34.1 gigabytes per second to 41.6 gigabytes per second. Then we have the GPU specifications. So we have the HD graphics 530 on the left and 630 on the right, and both have the same base frequency and max dynamic frequency. Max video memory would be 64 gigabytes on both. So the specifications look on paper sort of pretty equal, but I hope there are some generational uplifts, and we shall in just a minute compare all the figures from all the testing. Now, both run DirectX 12, have support for that. Everything is pretty much the same here. Support for the same things. Both use PCI Express 3, so don't get PCI Express 4, so can't really utilize faster SSDs, for instance. And same amount of lanes, 16 lanes. T junction 100 degrees, and here we have a T case of 66. So maximum temperature allowed at the processor integrated heat spreader, IHS. Yes, so significantly lower, 66 degrees. T junction at the processor die, 100 degrees. So it depends how these would be comparable to each other, but in the case of 8500T, after repaste we had a temperature of 76 or so degrees at full load, so we had some distance left until reaching T junction. Optane support, but yes here, no there, but yeah, it's not a really big deal nowadays anymore, I would say. Same instruction sets, nothing too exciting, and otherwise everything is pretty much the same. Alright, so that's the comparison of the CPUs. Now, let's jump right into some Excel and compare the figures. Alright folks, so let's have a look at all the numbers as they have been entered into Excel. And also we will have a look at a couple of graphs. We have all the systems we've tested so far. We have 3 generations. So 6500T being the first one, 7200U the second one, and then 8500T, and we also have a repasted case. So we will have a look at that. We start off by ADA64, and well, if we check the first sort of 4 columns are memory related, and this means that it's very specific for the memory subsystem, and we can see that the 6500T and 7200U had pretty much the same figures here. A bit faster, or let's say lower memory latency we had for the 7200U system. But as of the 8500T, we actually have faster DDR4 memory still, but at 2666 megahertz. And that's why we probably see a jump from these figures to these figures, with the memory latency being pretty much the same here. So yes, indeed, we do get like 5 gigabytes per second more memory read and write as well. Memory copy is also about 5 gigabytes per second, somewhere around there. So that's the memory part. Now, 8064 is very synthetic benchmark with pretty short tests. So let's scroll over here. The two bottom lines are the 8500T numbers, with the bottom one being the repasted ones. And well, what can we say? So the CPU checkmate. Uh, Compared to both the 6500T and the 7200U system, the two extra cores of the 8500T really make a difference. I mean, we're more than twice as fast as the 7200U and almost twice as fast as the 6500T system. Um, that's a pretty strong result. We did get a little bit of a performance degradation after repaste, but I think that was maybe um, due to some variance in the test cases. Um, the photo works. I suppose it's aimed at simulating photo editing with applying filters and stuff like that to photos, measured in megapixels per second, and especially 6500T was a pretty good performer for its four core, four thread sort of setup. The 8500T is of course faster, yes. However, it's not a linear scaling from the four cores to the six cores. We're not seeing a 50% higher result as far as I can tell. And yes, compared to the 7200U, this is of course an upgrade. It's not quite twice the performance, but around 70% or so, I would say. zlib, that's some compression, decompression, megabytes per second. Here we do see a pretty nice gain actually from 192 megabytes per second on the 6500T up to 327 on the 8500T. The 7200U is at 135 megabytes per second, so the difference is pretty huge from that one. But we must remember the 7200U is a U-class CPU. It only has two cores, four threads, and a pretty low TDP. Was it 15 watts or so? 15 or 25 watts? Cannot quite remember, but perhaps 15. And yeah, so it's a very still efficient system, perhaps, but it will take a longer time to execute tasks than the other systems we see here. AES encryption. Now, here we see a pretty nice result from the 8500T. I mean, the scaling from the four cores up to the six cores. So 50% would be around 6,000 points. And 6,000 points added to 12,000 would be 18,000. But we get 21,000. So there should be some uh, an extra bump, not only from the cores, but maybe how high it can keep the frequencies, the power budget, and generational architectural uplift to have increased level 3 cache in the 8500T, like we saw from the comparison of the specs. The 7200U is, of course, a bit on the low side here, but that is to be expected. But yeah, the performance gain here is pretty significant. SHA-3, so some hashing. Once again, we see not a doubling from the 6500T, but maybe 70% or so. 75. That's a pretty good scaling on 50% more cores. Of course, maybe a bit more TDP as well and stuff like that, like I just mentioned, but still. FPU Julia, um, also a pretty nice gain. So 35,000 points. So we lost a couple of thousand points on the repasted rerun here. Not sure why, but maybe something was going on in the background, unfortunately. But anyway, so 35, almost 36,000 points is possible on this system. And compared to a 7200U, that's not quite 3 times as fast, but not far from it. And compared to 6500T, it's also a pretty nice bump in performance. So if you need a floating point performance on the CPU, it will be, I suppose, a measurable upgrade. The FPU Mandel is also pretty significantly uplifted from the 6500T and especially the 7200U. FPU Sinjulia, once again, a pretty good performance from the 8500T CPU or system. We should also remember that we have 32 gigabytes of RAM in this system, but I don't think that that should be a problem for the tests in Ada 64, probably. Perhaps some of these, but not too much. FP32 ray trace, kilorays per second. We have an uplift that is pretty good actually. So if we have 50% more cores than the 6500T here at 43,000, sorry, 4,360 points, we should get about extra 2,100 points. And we do get about 2,400 or 300 points extra, depending on which figure here we're looking at, pre-repaste or post-repaste. And then FP64 ray trace, also pretty good performance from the 8500T. So yeah, the 8500T is a pretty strong contender here. All right, so in this chart we see the graphical representation of the figures we just had a look at in Ada 64, and the yellow line is, or the yellow bar or bars, are for the repasted 8500T, followed by the gray bars, which is still the 8500T, but before repaste. Then the orange bar is the 7200U system, and the blue bar, perhaps the closest contender to the 8500T, would be the 6500T system. Now, noting once again, we have half the RAM here, and, well, fewer cores, let's say. A couple of cores fewer, and a couple of threads fewer. But then we have the generational uplift, we have some TDP changes and stuff like that, so we'll be keeping that in mind. Right, and well, so comparing basically the yellow and gray bars, we can see that after repaste, we lost in pretty much every test a little bit, except for the memory copy. But the biggest difference was in FPU Julia. We can see that here in the bars. But comparing, let's pick the fastest of these. For the 8500T, that would be the gray line, or the gray bars, and compare them to the blue bars, which would be the 6500T system. Now we can see a pretty substantial performance increase, especially in FPU performance, I would say, but also in stuff like cryptography. Now the zlib here is a pretty the chart, the bars are pretty small, so you can't really tell the difference, but the difference is pretty huge there as well, um, as we saw from the figures. The photo works is a lesser of a gain. There is a gain, of course, but it's a bit, it's not scaling the same way like in FPU and the hashing or cryptography. So yeah, and also some of these results may be, of course, also impacted by the somewhat increased speed of the DDR4 memory of the 8500T system, which supports 2666 megahertz, while the 6500T only had 2133 megahertz support. So, based on the ADA64 numbers, I would say that if you're into, let's say you're choosing between the 6500T, which is a substantially cheaper system, we shall have a look at the cost as well in a little bit. But if it stands between the 6500T and 8500T, okay, this was with 32 gigabytes of RAM, so maybe it was a little bit more expensive than it had to be, but in my case, but if you're doing primarily CPU related tasks, you will see some gain, yes. But is it worth the difference? I would say if you need FPU performance, perhaps hashing, compression, decompression, and cryptography, it could be worth it. Um, but we will have a look at the price comparison in a little bit. So let's switch over to PC Mark. So in PC Mark 10, we have the same setup here with the computers. Um, the essential scores are up first, and yeah, we lost a little bit here on the repaste compared to the non-repaste case. But overall, we did gain some points here. It's not like 50% better, like the amount of cores we have more, but this is the overall score, and then we have the sub scores for app startup, video conferencing, and web browsing in the essentials suite. So the reason we didn't get a huge uplift, uh, I think that's because, well, in the repasted case, we for some reason lost a little bit of points on the app startup compared to the pre-repaste case. Um, but even more interesting is that the 7200U system had a higher app startup score than the 6500T. The app startup could, of course, be impacted by the SSD as well. But it seems that like this subtest is a bit higher in variance, perhaps, compared to the video conferencing, which is pretty evenly distributed here. So the video conferencing didn't gain too many points going from either the 7200U or 6500T, which had a very close scores. And moving on to the 8500T, yes, we did gain 400 points or so, but it's not a huge win. But we also didn't see a huge win between the 7200U and the 6500T. So that's pretty interesting. The web browsing score, however, does show a little bit more oomph for the 8500T. We get 9,263 points or so for the 8500T. and we got 7539 for the 6500T, 7200U, and 6678. Productivity, overall score is up first, and after repaste, we actually gained almost 1,000 points, like 800 points or something like that, and that's pretty significant because in that case, the win over the 6500T is a lot larger, by a larger margin. Um, and so the sub scores for productivity is then the spreadsheet, which did see a nice gain, not like 50% scaling up from 6500T, but uh, the repaste actually also once again did pay off here, unlike 8064. The writing score after repaste especially, we jumped up from 7,870, which was a very low score, first of all, for the 8500T, because the 6500T had 7,869. So identical scores by 1 point difference, which is a bit odd. But after the repaste, yes, we got 10,235, which feels like a more reasonable upgrade and a pretty significant one. Finally, we have the digital content creation. The overall score for this subtest up first, around 3,216 points after repaste, a small gain from before the repaste. And compared to 6500T, yeah, it's a 600 point score, which is okay, I suppose. Um, and the sub scores for digital content creation would be photo editing. We got 4,638 points or 34 points, depending on the post or pre-paste, so pretty much the same score here. Uh, Not a huge increase from the 6500T, and this we also saw this in the PhotoWorks test in 8064 actually, that generation to generation uplift wasn't as huge in photo editing. There is still an increase, but it's not a very huge one. Rendering and visualization next. Uh, yeah, there is an increase from 1786 to 2322 or so. Um, that's like 550 points or something like that, which actually isn't too bad considering we're only in the thousands overall. So 550 points out of 1786 or so is percentually quite large increase overall anyway. Finally, video editing. 3,100 points after repaste and 3,021 before repaste. 6500T had 2,813, and the 7200U actually performed pretty well with its crippled TDP and core setup at 2,742. So not bad from the 7200U system. So there is an increase in video editing performance, but yeah, it's let's call it 300 points up from 6500T. Um, that would be around 10% or so. So slightly above 10%, maybe 13%. Um, so it's nowhere near scaling like closer to 50% if we're just counting cores. And but the thing is that we have 50% more cores, but perhaps not. We can't perhaps sustain a 50% higher TDP. Um, So we're crippled in that sense on these mini PCs. And finally, overall score, the PC Mark score, so to say, 3,407 points for the 6500T, and we jumped up to 4,195 points for the repasted system, the 8500T. It's an okay jump. I mean, it's like 600, 700, 800 points out of 3,400. So that's 20 something percent, so more maybe 25%. So yeah. Um, Now once again, let's have a look at some bar charts of this. Right. So here we have the subtests sort of in the reverse order with the overall score at the top. And we can see the sort of gains. So the yellow and gray lines are the 8500T, with the yellow line being the repasted one. The blue line is then the 6500T mainly, and then we have the red line being the 7200U. So we can see that there are gains across the board pretty much, but the largest gains are perhaps in writing, spreadsheet, productivity, um, web browsing perhaps, yes. And then we have lesser of a gain in video conferencing, for instance, and app startup. Yeah, so a bit mixed, sort of the amount that we gain by going to the 8500T compared to the 6500T, but there are gains pretty much across the board. But mainly, if you're doing stuff like yeah, spreadsheet score is nice. Like I said, productivity is okay. But maybe video conferencing doesn't have a huge performance impact. Um, Photo editing is a little bit, yeah, it has a gain, but um, the, the digital content creation is also not very exciting. So you might as well go with either one of these systems. It all depends on the cost and how much you are willing to pay for how much of a gain. But yeah, very interesting. Um, let's move on to Firestrike next, I think. So Firestrike then. Now this is interesting in its own way, because now we're into some gaming. Now we're still on like crippled parts for gaming, because we have restricted TDP, and we have sort of T-class CPUs, and they run iGPUs, not discrete graphics and stuff like that. Um, but let's have a look. So the 6500T and the 7200U had pretty much the same score, with actually slightly higher for the 7200U in Firestrike. Now this is full HD resolution, and the gain up to the 8500T, with or without the repaste, is like 10% or so. So the overall score is 10% higher in terms of gaming, like Firestrike. Um, Now the subscores, the graphics. So we jump up from 1151 or 1173. The 7200U had a slightly faster iGPU, I think. Generationally, it was an HD 620, I think, while the 6500T had an HD 530. And now we're at a HD 630. So on the 8500T. So Yes, there is an increase, like 1288 or 1274 pre or poster repaste, but once again, it's like 10% or so. It's not 25%. So I suppose the gaming experience is perhaps not hugely impacted by going to the 8500T per se, but the physics score, on the other hand, especially after the repaste, passed 10,000 points. The 6500T got 6,006 points, and the 8500T got 10,008 points. Now, that's a nicer scaling, actually, because 50% more cores or so, that would be 3,000 points, would land at 9,000 points or so, and we'll get 9.9 to 10,000 points. And that's pretty nice. So I would say if you choose the 8500T, it will not be for the gaming sake, perhaps. It will be, or for the iGPU sort of a case, it will be for the sake of the CPU performance, which in itself is not irrelevant in games, but it's not like the GPU had a 50% higher performance. Um, that's what I wanted to say. So, combined score, yes, there is a jump from 372, which we had on both systems, the 7200U and the 6500T. But yeah, we're at 391 to 392 points instead of 372, so that's like a 20-point gain out of 372. That's not 10% even. So yeah, we can inspect the chart for it. Um, Now, due to the x-axis being quite long, especially because of the physics test, the other bars are very short, especially for the combined score. But yeah, the gains aren't huge in combined or graphics or overall. There is a gain, yes, but physics is the one you want to go for if you're aiming for the 8500T and wanted to spend more money to get it, that system. So, right, let's move over to TimeSpy. In TimeSpy, we have sort of a similar situation like we had in Firestrike. The 6500T got 454 points, and the 8500T got 474 points after repaste. That's, I mean, 20 points gain out of 400. That's like 5% gain overall in overall points in this TimeSpy test. The graphics score, I suppose, the graphics score matters more in Firestrike and TimeSpy than the CPU score. So, and since the iGPU isn't a whole lot faster, that's perhaps why we get an overall score that is like 5% better. Because the graphics score is up from 397 on the 6500T to 413 on the repasted 8500T. So that's like 16 points difference out of 400. So it's not a huge performance increase. It's measurable, but I wouldn't spend more money to get the iGPU performance increase, let's say, on this perhaps. The CPU score, on the other hand, we got a jump up from 2,625 points to 3,156 or 77, depending on post or pre repaste. That's actually like 500 points. Just above 500 points, like 550 points out of 2,500. That's 20% or so higher score. All right, let's look at the bar charts. And the chart also, once again, we have the 8500T repaste yellow and pre-repaste gray, and then we have the 7200U being the orange one, and the 6500T being the blue one. So the CPU score is pretty nice increase actually. The graphics, not so much, and the overall score also not so much. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, let's move over to Night Raid. Now, in Night Raid, um, unfortunately, we didn't have the 6500T system here. I for some reason didn't run Night Raid on the 6500T system, and after I had done the video and everything, I sold that PC to a close friend for cheap money, um, for a friend price, let's say. So I can't really test 6500T system on the right rate, but we can assume it would be somewhere between the 7200U and 8500T. So the 7200U got 4,710 overall points. The 8500T got 5,639 after repaste. That's 900 points almost out of 4,700. That's 17% something, I think, just from the top of my head. Um, Graphic score is not too exciting, but we did gain 500 points from the 7200U system. The CPU is a lot better. 5,051 points after repaste, 4,705 points before repaste on the 8500T. And the 7200U got 2934, so that's a pretty significant uplift. But the 6500T would probably get a decent uplift on the CPU score, so that would be, I'm guessing, like 3,700 perhaps, or something like that. Um, but yeah, let's look at the chart. So here I chose to format the uh, chart the other way around, actually. Maybe that's better, I don't know. We have the PCs on the left, and then we have CPU being the gray bar, graphics the orange bar, and the overall score being the blue bar. Now, maybe this is better also for the other charts. We'll see how we will go on, but um, now we have to compare sort of each color uh, to each PC case here. So, yeah, the CPU score is clearly higher here, both post and pre-repaste compared to 7200U. And well, everything is pretty significantly higher than a 7200U actually. If we compare the orange bars, the reason up, okay, it's not as significant as the CPU score, but that's because the GPU, iGPU drags down the score overall for the graphics and also for the overall points. So yeah, unfortunately we don't have the 6500T numbers here, but oh well, we will. We have a lot of other tests. Um, Finally, CPU profile, and here we are. For CPU profile, max thread case, um, 1,792 points on max threads for the 6500T. Max threads would mean, well, I don't know how many threads it runs actually then, but um, at least the 4-core 4 thread setup would mean the CPU can handle simultaneous 4 threads, while the 8500T can handle 6 simultaneous threads. 7200U can handle 4 simultaneous threads, but only has 2 real cores. And yeah, the repasted case is pretty nice with higher figures here. So let's compare it to that. Um, we gain, we have around 300 points uplift from the 6500T to the repasted 8500T. 300 points out of 1800. That's, well, it's could be like 20% or something. 16 threads, the gap decreases between the 6500T and the 8500T. So while the 6500T gained some points going to 16 threads, the 8500T lost some points. So yeah, a little less wide of a gap there. Going to 8 threads, pretty much the same scores, especially on the 8500T. Exact same number of points, and almost the same case for the 6500T. The 7200U being out of the game, or in another league, sort of. But the difference isn't too huge here between the 6500T. There is a difference, but it's not. It's not like 50%. Going to 4 cores. Now, here the 6500T lost, well, 10 points, so that maybe it's a variance, but the 8500T gained almost 100 points from the 8-core case here. So, like 4-threaded workloads should give best bang for the buck. I suppose that we have 6 cores on the 8500T, but we have no 6-thread test. But at 4 threads running, I suppose the 4 cores that take care of that workload can boost higher with 2 cores idling, sort of. So we can perhaps also keep a higher CPU frequency for longer period of time before reaching any temperature-wise restrictions, at least. And yeah, we did gain a little bit of points after the repaste. Now, 2-thread test. We had 959 points on the 6500T and 1137 on the repasted 8500T. Pretty interesting. Not, I mean, yeah, the scores are, there is a difference, but it's not 20%, I would say. Although, well, almost maybe 20%. Single core performance or single thread performance. We had 505 points on the 6500T, with the 7200U beating it with 509 points. Perhaps that's the generational uplift and being on a single threaded workload. The CPUs can boost at max and use all the available TDP for the workload. But the 8500T, we can see there is a difference, especially after repaste, at 579 points. Now, that's, let's call it 74 points up from the 6500T. Yeah, that's 15% or something like that. So let's move over to the chart, I would say. All right. So yeah, here we see it in a bar chart, and now we have the PCs with the colors, and we have the threaded number of threads uh, on the y-axis. And well, I suppose this speaks for itself. Um, the gains are pretty evenly distributed from max down to 4 threads. Uh, and then at single and dual threaded cases, they're a bit special, but the differences, I mean, the absolute number of points also are lower. So, um, yeah, but I would say that the ideal case for the 8500T when comparing these systems would be like a 4 threaded scenario. All right, finally, let's have a look at the cost. Have a look at the cost comparison. Now, this cost comparison, I have it's a pretty hard to do one because the systems are pretty different, and they depend on the sort of the market value I see today or what I remember that I bought the systems for, and I have tried to convert them to US dollars equivalent from the local currency and all of that. And then the question is, of course, as well, if you need to consider things like shipping and buyer protection, and because this is aimed at a second-hand market sort of comparison of these systems. But let's say these are very approximate prices. But after checking online and seeing what I bought things for, and yeah, I would say that the cheapest system would be the 7200U at around $125 US for the 16 gigabyte version. Of course, now we are in the midst of a RAM crisis with high prices on RAM. SODIMMs not so much, and these systems use SODIMM, but also SODIMMs are expensive. All kinds of memory chips are expensive right now, DDR4 and 5. Um, but yeah, around $125 for the 7200U system. So if your top priority is quiet, well, they're all pretty quiet, but very low power system. 7200U is an option, but it starts to feel a bit old. Even it feels a bit old compared to 6500T, which actually architecturally is older because of the core configuration. It's not as snappy uh, in the tasks. It's noticeable actually. And 6500T at around $150 for a 16 gigabytes version. While and it's yeah, it's widely available, and you can strike a good deal on this one because there are many systems out there. The 8500T is a lot more expensive. $275 or so I paid for it, um, including some shipping and stuff like that. So, but that's the 32 gigabytes version. And yeah, considering the systems only have 2 SODIMM slots, so if you buy like a 16 gigabyte version and it has occupied both slots for dual channel, then you have 2 by 8 gigabyte modules. So if you want to upgrade to 32 gigabytes, you have to buy 2 by 2 times 16 modules. So you can't keep one of those. Well, you'll get 24 gigabytes if you did, but um, of course you get some money back if you sell the 8 gigabyte sticks. And but anyway, 32 gigabytes. So I would say if you go for the 16 gigabyte version, it should be below $250. Um, Still, of course, this one isn't more expensive. And which one to get then? Well, I would say if you're interested in CPU performance um, and productivity tasks and things like compression, decompression, the 8500T is a very strong CPU contender, and you do get those extra cores, and that's pretty nice, especially in multi-threaded applications. Gaming wise, I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, if you are playing the types of games that this can handle, you won't get a huge, like playing AAA titles at full settings at full HD on either one of these systems. So then the price hike here isn't, well, worth it. Then you might as well go with the 6500T. It's a pretty good value. So for iGPU gaming value, I will go with the 6500T out of these three because the price is much lower. You can spend those extra $100 or so on something better. And but if you want the extra RAM, for instance, and doing CPU heavier stuff, then the 8500T is a snappy and performance-wise nice system. It's very responsive in Windows, and also it has the benefit that starting with the 8000 series CPUs here from Intel, you have official Windows 11 support. So no sort of side loading Windows 11 and stuff like that. So out of that perspective, if you want sort of a trouble-free experience with Windows 11 um, and get extra performance, especially in CPU, then the 8500T is pretty nice, even with this price premium. But going for the 16 gigabyte model, if that would be enough for you, you think that then you should get it quite so much cheaper than 275. Yeah, but also let's not forget that we have to factor in things like changing the BIOS, CMOS battery, thermal paste, repaste, and stuff like that. Yeah, so but overall, I mean, I do like these systems. Um, so if you want a small form factor PC, connecting it to any display, you can like mount it on the back of your monitor via the VESA mounting um, screw holes, and you can place feet on them. You can take them with you when you rent a cabin or some Airbnb and just plug it in and have your own HTPC both at home and at a hotel or cabin or cottage or whatever. Um, it's pretty nice. I like them, and they are also pretty serviceable. We have replaced things like the CPU fan. We have repasted them, and also we saw that the 8500T at least system had a normal sort of CPU socket, so you could replace the CPU if you want to, as long as the BIOS has the microcode update for it. I believe there is an 8700T CPU um, that could be interesting to try and replace it with, but of course it has a cost, so replacing CPU would be, of course, you can sell the 8500T and put the 8700T, but I don't know if that's pretty much worth it. Um, but still, they're serviceable, and you can add RAM up to 128 gigabytes on the 8500T and 64 gigabytes on the 6500T, at least, and And also they have managed to run at using different manufacturers of the RAM sticks, and no stability problems due to that either. So that's pretty good. Um, the only thing a bit well, the 8500T is nice. The only thing I would love to see would have been DDR4 3200 speeds, perhaps, um, and a lower price point as of today, 2026. But you do get some extra, two cores extra to real cores compared to the 6500T, and in this price, $275, you get twice the RAM. 32 gigabytes would be sufficient for many use cases. Um, but yeah, overall, very nice systems, and everything's accessible. Like it's easy to open the cover and yeah, replace thermal paste, CPU fan, SSD, CMOS battery, RAM. Everything is pretty neatly done, and I do like them for it. So yeah, that's the conclusion so far. But I know that this video series is called like Three Generations. But stay tuned because I think there will be more generations. I'm pretty excited about these systems and would love to see how they compare, um, and which one is the one to go for. Currently, we have three generations. That's pretty nice, but I want more. So, yeah. But I hope you have enjoyed the video because I certainly have enjoyed, well, just working with them, testing the performance, repasting, and servicing them. It has been pretty nice. And until next time, I hope you have, well, I don't know, I hope you have a nice day, I would say, but I suppose more than one day will pass until next video, unfortunately, due to life. But and this video is very long now. I mean, this is like watching two full-length movies. So I hope you have enjoyed it, but I have at least. So thank you everyone so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Take care. Bye bye.